is Joe Bardzilovsky.
All right. Mr. Bartolowski?
Am I good to go? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Well, I live at 18 Henry Avenue, so I've lived through the whole Avalon Bay thing. Been in my house for 20 years, and this neighborhood's changing real fast around me, but I got some questions for you. First one is, why do you always do your spot zoning during July and August? All right. That always happens with Avalon Bay. It's happened now. This is rushing through really fast when a lot of people are away. The notification to the public was only sent out in local newspapers, from what it sounds like. Most people like me get their news on their devices. So why not use something like Princeton Patch to let people know what's going on around the neighborhood? Second question is, what's the density? What are the number of units per acre? Nobody ever mentioned how big this plot is, and it looks a lot smaller than Avalon Bay's thing. They were spot zoned for 25 per acre. I'm wondering what you're zoning here for this next proposition. Third, why are we allowing 5 floors when we only gave Avalon 4? That seems out of scale for the neighborhood, to say the least. Next one, fourth question, do you really think that 1 parking space per unit is smart? Even with all 1-bedroom apartments, couples both go to work and they both drive different cars. The neighborhood's already packed full of cars, I can tell you firsthand, especially over on Lee and Birch and that neighborhood. They can hardly park their own cars. So you got to think about that. 180 is a lot of units to put on that little teeny lot. Everybody who lives in New Jersey needs a car, put it that way. And then my last question is, what's Avalon Bay's position on this new development across from them? They're going to be a competition. And that's it. I'm done.
Okay. Does anybody want to take a crack at answering some of these, or no? I can tell you.
Ask, are those questions consistent with master plan review? Because I'm just asking Jerry.
Well, some of it is, I think, probably.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate to ask them.
Okay.
I think it's just the way this particular set of items fell that brings them into July, and they probably would not have fallen that way any other time. Avalon Bay, again, you know, it's what's in the agenda and the timing and so on. And I agree that if we could, we should avoid July. Although I'm surprised that people are away this year, since most people are sheltering at home. Anyway, does anybody want to answer any of these questions, or do you just want to think about them?
Well, this
All right.
Is Michael in a position to answer the question about units per acre?
I don't know.
I can answer that. Basically, the 3 sites together are about 3.17 acres. So at 160 total units, it comes out to somewhere around 53 units per acre.
Jesus, that's ridiculous. Twice of what Avalon Bay has? I mean, come on.
No, Avalon Bay has a lot more than 25 units per acre.
I'm
not sure where you got that piece of information.
You could do the math. 25 per acre. I was at all of those late night meetings. Trust me. They got 25 units per acre, and it was like outrageous at the time. And now you're talking about twice that? This neighborhood's been bearing so much for this town over all these years. And now all of a sudden you're just going to slap this gigantic thing on us. That ain't really fair, if you ask me. I think it should be more like 100.
I'm in local. I'm in on this.
I'm sorry. Someone is speaking in the background or answering these questions. All right. We'll put it on the list of things that we need to consider, and we'll move along. Who's the next person?
Harold Heft.
Okay. Mr. Kept?
Heft.
Heft.
My name is Harold Heft. I live at 96 Jefferson Road, and we're directly adjacent to the Franklin lot along the alley that runs parallel to Jefferson Road. First of all, I want to, my wife, Martha Freeman, I want to thank those folks on the planning board who have been working with us and the neighbors to better understand the process, what's been going on, what some of the rationale for AHO-6 is. In our meeting last night, there certainly was some contention, and Joe represents some of that. But also, I would say that in general, there was a great deal of support for the idea of having more affordable housing in our neighborhood. It's been in our neighborhood for quite a while, going back to the 30s, and our neighbors have been wonderful, and we see no problem with expanding that. But there is some concern about a couple of specific things in HO6 that we would like to consider the council to amend. And it's not anything that would really reduce the opportunity that the 160 units of 50/50, the opportunity for the tax credit, at least we don't think that it would. One is to ensure that the R4 and R4A property buffers, which are, I believe, 35 to 50 feet for a 2 or 3 story building and 100 feet for a 5-story building, would be maintained. I think that all of the neighborhoods surrounding the property would appreciate that, and we think that that should be specified in both ordinances. Second of all, there is somewhat of a difference between AH6 and AH06. One offering 45 feet limitation, the other one 55 feet limitation. And that, of course, is a concern to many, but we also recognize that that allows us to open up the footprint on the Franklin lot to allow more spreading out of those units that wouldn't be in a high rise. However, we want to be sure that it's specifically indicated, as has been noted by Michael in the beginning of the presentation, that any 5-story unit would not be toward the Jefferson Road end of the property, but would be at the Witherspoon end of the property. And we believe by specifying that that does not tie the hands of architects and developers, and still maintains the opportunity to create that 50/50 usage and its attractiveness for developers. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next person.
Next is Leighton Newland.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Planning Board. I'd like to read a statement within 3 minutes on behalf of the Princeton Housing Authority. For over 80 years, the Princeton Housing Authority has functioned historically as the affordable housing option for the most vulnerable and disenfranchised individuals and families in Princeton. Over this time, our 236 units have been maintained to the best of our ability, with all in need of rehabilitation, some more than others. In our long history, the PHA and its Board of Commissioners has never really experienced the opportunity to dream of a better time for the constituents we serve, or even to have a positive outlook for their future. At a critical time when our national focus rests with a struggle for equity in our systems and in our country, not on one level, but on all levels, we, the PHA, are excited that the town of Princeton has engaged the PHA with an opportunity to adjust its financial and sustainable trajectory through an urban development project and partnership. This partnership will allow the PHA to rehouse 20 families currently residing at Maple Franklin, which was built in the 1930s and 40s, and is quite possibly the most underutilized parcel of land in central Princeton. This economic development opportunity will also allow us to participate in a project that will enable us to begin the process of rehabilitating other units in our portfolio and give us more options for future growth, and to enhance our ability to provide additional low income housing. We are committed to smart growth and smart design. We are also committed to our constituency, which is largely African American and serves many generational families. We are 100% local, and we live here. We care about our neighbors and our neighborhood. We are sensitive to neighborhood concerns and the impact on our schools. We wish to engage in a dialogue with transparency and honesty. We firmly believe that working together in collaboration, we can incorporate a community within a community that is well designed and pleases the people that will live there, the neighboring community that surrounds it, and the town of Princeton, which we all call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person?
Next is Michael Floyd.
Okay. Mr. Floyd?
Michael, you have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hopefully I just did it. You have me?
You did.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. Regarding the questions that gentleman asked earlier, I believe the densities on ordinance 24 is about 25 units to the acre. I believe from documents I've read regarding Avalon Bay, it's 37.3 units to the acre. And as David said, if ordinance 25 was at full build out, meaning 160 units, that's roughly 50 units to the acre. So that would be even considerably higher than Avalon Bay. I do have something I want to read. I got to open it because it's shut on me. But, you know, Ms. Gunning and Mr. Laplace, the agenda for today's planning board meeting includes discussion of draft ordinance 25. I believe draft ordinance 25 calls for too many units on the up to number. I do welcome an open discussion, and I hope that the scheduled discussion will hit relevant planning and land use principles, including weighing and considering neighborhood character and the planner's determination of acceptable levels and the board acceptable levels of appropriate and inappropriate development on the Franklin Maple site. I'd also like you to look at determining whether the site is what's called a transitional site. It is a term of planning in which when you have a project like Avalon Bay, the next site that's close by to be developed should get closer to the existing neighborhood character. A transitional site is an accepted term, I believe you will acknowledge, and if you could speak to that. Whereas ordinance 25 is taking the site in the opposite direction to a higher density than even Avalon Bay, if it's built out to 160 units. I think there should be discussion by the planning board and the planner about densities, both unit densities and people densities. The number of people that'll get generated, depending on the number of units done, and also the type of bedroom mix. There has been no discussion of that. I realize there's no real plans, but you're voting an ordinance into existence. Well, not you are, but the municipality is, without any considerable input by the planning board. I really think that the citizens deserve your honest evaluation of the ordinance. And I'd love to hear some comments from the planner on real issues of planning and land use. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments at this point? Anyone?
Well, I was mentioned, so I guess I should comment. I mean, basically, it's a very large site. It consists potentially of three lots stretching from Witherspoon Street all the way to the rear of the properties fronting on Jefferson. It is across the street from Avalon Bay, which has considerable density. So I think there's a lot of flexibility on the site. In terms of transition, it's a very interesting site because there's a lot of different land uses and densities surrounding it. I mean, you can go from very low, I guess it depends on how you look at it, but I would consider Cemetery a pretty low density, but Then again, it's almost full, so maybe there's some area of interpretation as far as Princeton Cemetery. Jefferson Road, an interesting building pattern there because you've got mostly early 20th century buildings, a mix of single family and duplexes. So that's a little higher density, although not high density. And then you've got, of course, the multifamily complex across the street, the Avalon Bay. And then to the west, the Witherspoon-Jackson Historic District in those neighborhoods is a rather densely settled area. The older historic structures on small lots close together, a very urban feel in terms of the pattern of development. So I would argue that this is an area that is very eclectic and it already has the presence of high density development in it. So since it has the added goal here is to provide affordable housing, I think density is obviously the driver, the resource that we're using to accomplish that goal, which is to benefit the whole community. And this site, as I said earlier, is in the center of town. It's a very central location, right on the Witherspoon Corridor, which is a major corridor for commerce, for residential use, for transit. It's near the municipal services and resources. So seems like a very logical place to me to propose higher density development, and certainly residential.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment on Mr. Floyd's questions? Or the one thing I would like to say is that I really hope that no matter what the density on this is, that there will be more street trees and more shade trees in these developments. This is a strange area in that at some point, someone must have felt the cemetery would provide all the greenery. And I think that we should look at this and add real plantings, not just more buildings. So with that, do you want to go on?
Wanda,
Yes.
I'd like to say something, which is, I think we made a mistake tonight. Our affordable housing planner should have been here to explain what's happening, and there seems to be a huge gap in the presentation. So I'm not a planner and I'm not our affordable housing planner, but I'm going to do my best to explain what's happening on this site because I can see that people are confused. So our settlement, the municipal settlement with Fair Share in the court obligates us to 80 units of affordable housing. We are in the process of, and on Monday, we will be, council will be voting on a memorandum of understanding with the Princeton Housing Authority. And I think David elaborated somewhat on that agreement. The council is interested in doing more than building. We're interested in building mixed housing rather than income segregated housing on this site. And we have worked to come up with an arrangement that can utilize all 3 parcels of land. So because we have the 80 unit obligation already enshrined in our settlement, that's why that ordinance is being proposed. But the council's intention is actually to do redevelopment on the site, and we'll also be voting on Monday to refer back to the planning board an investigation for redevelopment on all 3 sites together. It's not clear what amount of additional market rate units will be needed on the site in order to make it economically viable to do mixed income. But the ceiling, the absolute ceiling is 160. So that's, we can have a conversation in a vacuum here about density, but we're just at the beginning of this process, not the end. And these ordinances are essentially to, it's being done in July because we have a court hearing coming up and we need to submit the documentation. But this is just the beginning of a lengthy process of evaluating what density should be on the site, whether there should be some commercial fronting on Witherspoon, and what amount of mixed income is appropriate for the site. So this will all be explored through a robust community process that will take place over many months. You know, my understanding is that tonight we're supposed to be, you know, it would be helpful to hear from Jerry what exactly the question is about how our decisions tonight relate to what's in the master plan.
Well, there's two aspects of the review. One is certainly consistency with the master plan, but we've always taken the position, I think correctly, that members of the public are entitled to ask broader questions about the substance of the ordinance, which is what they've been doing, obviously.
So, and the answer is, this is just the beginning of exploring what the right answers are to those questions. And since we're just at the beginning, not the end of the process, you know, we'll have to work with the neighbors and the community to find out what's right for the site.
Right. I expect what will happen is the board will recommend adoption of the two ordinances, find that they're consistent with the master plan. It's just my expectation. There'll be that one change in the one ordinance where I read that language. If the board's pleasure is that they think other changes should be made, they could recommend them to council as we did the last time. Then the ordinances, if this process goes along, will be adopted next week. But that doesn't mean it's the end of the story. We had the same discussion at the last planning board meeting, and we can and should do exactly what you just described me in terms of engaging the neighbors.
Right.
And if we need to make modifications going down the road, we can do that. And I think the court, you know, as long as we're going to deliver what we promised to deliver, the court's going to be very open to making changes. That's been at least my experience in other towns.
Just a quick thank you to Councilwoman Sachs for that context. That was very helpful. And she continued to use a phrase, mixed income, and I'm not sure if that's definable in a market rate and affordable, but it's certainly needed and it's an intriguing possibility. So
it is actually specifically defined because it's defined by the state, and there's one award per year. And so we'll be applying for a 9% tax credit project. And the mix is between, you know, it ranges anywhere from 50-50 to 40-60 on both sides. But it's not inclusionary and it's not 100% affordable. And it is, I think, unanimously we feel on council that this is the way affordable housing should be built, not only in Princeton, but in the state going forward. And we're really excited that this project will be moving away from income segregated housing. So
thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, and if I can chime in, I would also like to thank Councilwoman Sachs. I think that was a fantastic, I guess, overview of kind of the context. And I think I want to also re-emphasize the importance of having mixed income housing. I think that it's really a shame that we have segregated housing by income in this town. I think that was a big mistake. You know, it's great that, you know, we have different incomes in this town, but, you know, to segregate them in terms of developments is really a shame. But I also want to kind of defend density real quickly and also dispel any misunderstandings about the units per acre about Avalon Bay. I think that Avalon Bay had, you know, other low density uses and open space and parking in that equation. And, you know, this site, you know, doesn't really have that. And I think that, you know, that's why you see a significant difference. If you look at, for instance, the Palmer Square residence, you know, just down the street, I'd be curious to see what the density per acre is for that, but I could imagine that it's probably something comparable or even if not more. So, I also think that to defend density some more, I think that this is absolutely where we should be putting density, where people can walk to downtown or to the university and not own a car. I think that, you know, there's other places that maybe might not warrant density, but this place absolutely does. And I also believe that this is in conformance with the master plan because we adopted the new housing element, which specifically outlines pretty much what we're proposing. So
I just want to point out that we do have a number of members of the public who still want to speak. So I think board members should wait until after the public hearing is closed. Next is Alma, no last name.
Alma?
And you unmute yourself and tell us your whole name.
My name is Alma Concepcion. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm a neighbor. I live in 249 Hamilton Avenue. And I just wanted to, I have a comment. I would like to express my support for affordable housing. However, I would like to note that many qualified low-income neighbors in the Hispanic community have expressed their frustration with affordable housing projects, mainly because of unnecessary regulations have reduced their chances to access to apartments. So I would like to ask if this is an issue you would look into.
And I think that's appropriate for council rather than the planning board. So
okay.
I don't want to make you come to extra meetings. If you want to send an email to me and to Mia, we're the two council members who are actually also on planning board, and just make us aware of the specifics of your concern.
Thank you very much.
I just want, this is Louise, I just want to chime in and say, I think that's an excellent point. I've noticed it too, and it is something that deserves looking at. The process is really complicated, takes forever. Other people know a lot more about it than I do, but it is a real issue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Hrishikesh Somayaji.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is just a very simple comment. I want to express my firm support of both ordinances being discussed today. Just a little bit about, I'm a graduate student at Princeton, and 2 years ago, I was priced out of living in Princeton. I would like to be able to move back to be able to live closer to my lab. This ordinance would enable that for myself as for many other, enable that for myself as well as for many, many other people. It would enrich the community and enliven the town to provide the sorely needed affordable housing that this community has long needed but lacked. Additionally, this community will be able to stop contributing implicitly to the displacement of residents to other towns in Mercer and Middlesex counties. I implore the planning board members to put these concerns ahead of those of more cosmetic and quality of life nature, such as density and views. These concerns are valid, but these concerns are based on details that could and will be decided later. They are vastly less important than the basic problem of Princeton lacking affordable places to live for the actual people that need help. Please support these ordinances fully. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you.
Next is Heidi Fichtenbaum.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone. I just want to say I'm really excited that the Princeton Housing Authority is going to be helping lead this effort. I do live at 38 Carnahan Place, and I do feel that the process at arriving at the Avalon development is not the model that we should put forward for how we figure this site out. And I look forward to engaging in that process with members of the community and members of the neighborhood to make something that is affordable, sustainable, and beautiful. I want to just say that I definitely support affordable housing in Princeton. I also support building to a highly energy efficient and sustainable sustainable housing. And these issues are inseparable to me. In 2016, the fossil fuel industry injustices were highlighted by coverage of the Dakota Access Pipeline and the Standing Rock movement. This community displacement embodies the most direct ways in which fossil fuel industry perpetuates racial injustice, but the industry's indirect ties to environmental racism extend more broadly in scope. In 2014, a report from the NAACP expressed a growing understanding of the harmful impacts of fossil fuel-based energy production on communities of color and low-income communities, and urged communities to take a stand for clean energy. According to this report, 68% of African Americans live within 30 miles of coal-fired power plants, a reality that is tied to an increase in birth defects, heart disease, asthma, lung disease, learning difficulties, lower property values, all disproportionately affecting African American communities in the US. And this disproportionate exposure to pollution negatively impacts health in these communities. It's not surprising then that the pandemic we are now facing has disproportionately affected low-income communities and communities of color. Princeton is not directly saddled with fossil fuel extraction and power generation, but we rely on this power for our built environment. In 2019, Princeton's Climate Action Plan revealed that nearly 65% of our greenhouse gas emissions come from buildings and calls for greater efficiency and renewable energy to combat fossil fuel and climate change. Recently, we added a green building and environmental sustainability element to our master plan, which envisions a truly sustainable Princeton where all new development and redevelopment is constructed and operates in an environmentally sensitive and green fashion that is carbon neutral or negative. Every time we build without considering achieving this highest possible standard for energy conservation and renewable energy, we are part of the problem. We are allowing others, primarily low-income communities and communities of color, to carry the environmental and health burden for our community. As you consider the zoning for the affordable housing in Princeton, I encourage you to make sure that this new development advances the Climate Action Plan and is in accordance with our master plan and is environmentally just. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Matt Lesko.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you to the members of the Planning Board for your time this evening and for allowing me to speak. My name is Matt Malechko. I'm a Princeton resident. I'm a doctoral student at Princeton where I study housing policy and residential segregation. I'd like to express my support for AH6 and the AH06 overlay ordinances. These are exactly the type of mixed income, mixed use developments that municipalities across the country should be embracing. And I wholeheartedly recommend the Planning Board to similarly recommend these ordinances. Most land in Princeton, especially Princeton Borough, is already developed. So if we're going to put more housing in high opportunity, walkable areas, density has to go up in some areas. So protesting density in this case directly goes against building more housing. Roughly 50 units per acre is an increase for the neighborhood of this development as it stands, but it's hardly atypical for urban and suburban developments elsewhere. Moreover, research clearly shows that denser development has many benefits. It entails more efficient use of space, which means less emissions. More compact development requires less fossil fuels for heating units. Denser development translates to more walkability, which means fewer cars on the road, less commuting, less parking necessary, etc. Denser development can foster community and public interaction. Dense, lively areas are what make a city desirable and valuable. I think the vast majority of Princeton residents would much rather live in a place that is desirable and fosters development and diversity rather than one that fights it tooth and nail, resulting in higher housing costs and less diversity. Furthermore, ultimately rejecting these ordinances means more delay, more costly litigation, and ultimately less housing for those who desperately need it. Lastly, the idea of fairness was brought up earlier, so I'd like to end on this point. New Jersey has 29 units available for every 100 very low-income households. Princeton has thousands of households waiting for affordable units with frozen wait lists. A third of our households spend more than 30% of their income on housing, and 17% of our renters spend more than 50% of their income on housing. Put simply, we're in the middle of a housing crisis. It couldn't be any more clear that the urgency of this crisis requires that we be proactive about development, particularly affordable housing. What's deeply unfair is the lack of affordable housing in our community, our state, and our country, and the land use regulations that prevent it from being developed. So while neighbors should certainly have a say in this sort of development, it can't be a roadblock to making sure that our city is more affordable and available to a wide variety of residents. And I'd like to end my statements there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next person is Virginia Kerr.
Hi. I'm sorry, now I've lost the, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm Virginia Kerr. I live at 124 Jefferson Road. And I'd just like to begin by saying that I think everyone who lives in this neighborhood supports affordable housing and supports low-income housing, because if we didn't, we would be living somewhere else. But I think we also love the neighborhood, and we would like the development to be consistent with the character. So those people, and I agree with Michael Floyd, people who are raising concerns about density aren't doing that because they oppose affordable housing. They're doing it because they want affordable housing, mixed-use housing, to be nice and to be consistent with what we consider to be a very pleasant neighborhood. Now, as I understand it, what you're supposed to do is decide whether the ordinance is consistent with the master plan. And I'm not sure whether I'm looking at a current master plan, but I'm looking at item 8 on housing goals of something. I don't know whether this is 896 or current, but item 8 says new housing, all new housing we should ensure that new housing development is respectful of existing neighborhood character. And item A under that says support and respect the diverse and distinct character of Princeton's neighborhoods. Now, until this evening, I had always thought that I lived in a small lot residential neighborhood, and that the Witherspoon neighborhood was small lot residential. But I've heard these neighborhoods being described as urban. That's new. And apparently, in order to sort of suggest that density increase doesn't really matter because this is an urban area already. And it's really small lot neighborhoods. And so the character and the shape of what is built on the Franklin lot, Maple Terrace, should be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And I really wish, I know that everybody's working in good faith. I support the idea of eliminating segregated low-income housing. And I know that everybody wants to work with the community to make this as beautiful and wonderful as it can possibly be. But I don't know why the planning board cannot actually say to council, yes, it's consistent, but be sure that you are considering this goal of making sure that the development respects the neighborhood character, and part of that character is scale. 5 stories would be the highest, would be a lot higher than what we already have. And I'm also concerned about open space because we are underserved in this neighborhood by open space. We have wonderful open space in Princeton, but it's concentrated on the periphery. People can't walk to that open space easily. So the community park area gets enormous use. The playgrounds we have get enormous use. And we're talking about putting a big new development here. And I'm just wondering what the thinking is just about the green, about the open space that's going to serve that. And my final point is that I've heard it said, this is a great location because it's walkable. And that's true, it's walkable. But that does not mean that people will not have cars because they have to get to jobs. And unless all the people who end up living here are employed by the university or are graduate students who are going down to the university for labs, people are going to have cars probably to drive elsewhere for jobs. So I guess I'll end by saying, if your goal this evening is to decide whether this is consistent with the master plan, I really wish you would look at that element, that goal of ensuring that housing is consistent with neighborhood character in thinking about this ordinance, which is just a plain ordinance. There's nothing about that in the ordinance. And maybe make a statement to council that, you know, you expect that issue will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Marta Davila. Marta, can you unmute?
I did not request to speak, so.
Oh, your hand was up.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It must be the iPhone. You know, I'll have a lot to say on Monday, but I'm just listening in today.
Okay.
Thank you very much for calling me.
Next, Josh Zinder, who is one of our panelists, actually has a comment that he wants to make. Carrie, can you enable him? Because he's in the panelist list. I'm trying to stay on top of the attendees.
I unmuted myself. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
We can.
Okay, great. So I live at 142 Moore Street, just around the corner from the site. I applaud the mixed use income solution. It is bold and innovative, exactly where Princeton should be. I have studied these lots extensively as an architect, and I can tell you that the density is appropriate for the site and will create a wonderfully pleasant neighborhood. The 5 stories allows for podium parking solution to get parking off the streets. It ensures, as a result, that the buildings will have 4 floors of apartments above the parking, and as a result, create wonderful open space. With the slope of the site, which is almost 10 feet from one side to the other, the visual impact of the structure will be only 4 stories. So the buildings, even though they're technically 5 stories, will visually appear to only be 4 stories and it could align potentially with Avalon, but it also allows for the ability to have multiple structures so that you might have a few that are the size of Avalon, a few that are in between, and a few that are 2-story residentials that could bleed into the surrounding neighborhoods. And this density would allow for that. We should be proud of the 160 unit solution and can provide affordable housing that we need in a way that does not create islands of social isolation and stigma for people of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. 2 more. Next is Anita Goroniak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I am, of course, supportive of affordable housing in Princeton. As Virginia said, I wouldn't be in this neighborhood if I wasn't, but I do echo what she said about the need to be respectful of what's already here. Before Avalon Bay was built, we did a count of the number of houses from Witherspoon over to Moore Street, and Avalon Bay doubled our neighborhood. So now we're coming back and we're asked to accept more density. Then we were asked to accept it because the hospital had to get their money, which they do in Plainsboro, and now they apply a payment to Plainsboro that they never paid to us. Now we're asked to take density again because Housing Authority needs the money. So I understand that, but I am hoping that you will be respectful of what's over here already here. And I do have a question at the end of this. I'm always amused when people say that this will eliminate people driving cars, because when we have these conversations at 400 Witherspoon and everybody from the neighborhood comes to have the conversation, which is the parking lot is full. So people drive, they drive at night, they drive when they have their children with them, when they have their groceries. We're not going to get rid of cars. And I'm wondering whether enough thought has been given to that, because I've heard the Avalon Bay Garage brought up as a solution, which seems to be quite a long distance from where people will be living if they are bringing home their children, their groceries, and their dry cleaning. And they're walking from where the garage is on Henry. About the 160, that does concern me, as well as the heights of these buildings. So our experience, again, with Avalon Bay is if you put the number down on paper and you put this before the judge, that's what you're going to build to. I can't see this coming down afterwards. But suppose it should come down. Suppose in the design phase of this, we look at it and we agree it has to be 100 units. Is the town then obligated to come up with the difference between the 100 and the 160?
I can answer that question, at least. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. We're obligated to provide 80 affordable housing units on this site. If we provide fewer, for instance, if we do a 50-50 project with 100 total units, we'll have to find a place for the other 30 units. Not for all 60. We don't have to replace market rate units that we failed to build on this site, but we will have to replace affordable units.
So when we go in with 160, are we saying 80 of those are affordable?
That's what the zoning is suggesting.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Again, just please remember that we are also your constituents here, and you'll hear me say this again, probably at other meetings, but I'm at 1 Harris Road. Every window of my house looks out on the lot. I have no interior room. I'm here in a duplex. You know, this is not a wealthy part of town. I moved to this house and rented it for many years when I was making a lot, not making a lot of money. And there's no interior room for me to get away from that lot. And I am concerned about what I'm going to be looking at, what shadows are going to be forecasted, how much sky I'm going to have. So I just ask that you take that into account.
Okay. Leighton Newland has his hand up. He's already spoken once. Do you want to give him another bite at the apple, Wanda?
I think so.
Okay.
Just briefly, anyway.
Leighton?
I promise to be very brief. At the beginning of this meeting, we said that we were going to be respectful of each other, even though we couldn't agree to disagree. What I just heard someone say was that this project is a good idea because the Princeton Housing Authority needs money. That represents the sort of pervasive, systemic attitude that does not exude collaboration. It takes us down a path that we really don't want to travel. Everyone on this call, with the exception of that individual, has been respectful that this project is first of all being done because the Princeton Housing Authority owns land on the parcel of land. That's number one. Number two, it is an opportunity to provide affordable housing in the best possible way, because what we don't want is segregated housing. So I just want to be clear, as the person said, they will be on future phone calls. But let us be clear and not combative. What we don't need are racist attitudes on these calls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martha Friedman.
Hi, I live at 96 Jefferson Road, which is adjacent to the Franklin lot. I moved into this property 22 years ago, knowing that there would be building there at some point. And I'm glad that we're finally getting to that point, and the two pieces of property up toward Witherspoon will evolve into something much nicer for those residents. I, however, am concerned about the density. Along Jefferson Road, each of the properties is approximately 1/5 of an acre. So I counted the 5 consecutive properties on my side of the road, and it comes to about 18 people. So that's a density of 18 per acre adjacent to the property, for some perspective. Our concern is the setbacks. I think that was mentioned earlier. And any height that would be toward Jefferson Road, height of the property. Those of us along Jefferson Road don't want a high building looking over our properties. We're 2-story, some are 3. They're 2-family and single-family homes. Some are 2-story and some are 3-story. And a concern is the height of the building and the setback toward the Jefferson end of the property. And that's basically my concern and what I want to say. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anita Goraniak has her hand up again. I'm guessing that she wants to respond to Leighton. I really don't want to get into a back and forth, Wanda, but you're the chair.
Yes, I can see that we don't want to get into back and forth. Anita, can you say your remarks very briefly without any sort of antagonistic position, or is this something that needs to be discussed perhaps at council?
I am so sorry. I'm the least antagonistic person in the world, but I'm not very good at expressing things at a time. I do object to being called, you know, someone who's racially insensitive or a racist, but I apologize if I'm being antagonistic at all. I do believe we have to work together on this project, and I'm sorry if I came across in the wrong way.
Right. Thank you.
We're done with the members of the public.
Really? And no one else out there waiting?
No.
All right, let's.
No, yeah, no, just no.
Okay, then let's close the public portion of the meeting and go back to board discussion on this, because we do have to formulate a reply to council about these things. So go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to say that I am sympathetic to the nearby residents who are concerned about density. I do think these density numbers are high for what we are used to in Princeton. I think I want to try and reassure to some extent, because this is different than other privately owned pieces of property where when you put a zoning envelope on it, it's very true that often a private developer will just max out whatever they're allowed to do. Council, municipality is going to be, have a seat at the table and essentially going to be driving the design process for what this project ultimately looks like. So I think that we don't have to worry about the same market-driven dynamic that you would see on a piece of property that wasn't publicly owned and wasn't publicly controlled. But I do know that there will be pressure to put a lot of density on the site, and so I just want to reassure people that I'm concerned about it. I'm sensitive to it. I think that Josh Zinder made some good observations about ways to transition the apparent density over the length of this piece of property so that it can be more respectful of the context at the edges. So I just want to say that, you know, I'm sympathetic, I'm concerned, and I will be on the watch to make sure that it gets done in a sensitive way.
Anyone else want to further comment?
I'd just like to make a quick comment, Madam Chair. I agree with David's points, and I think, you know, I think that we're asked to say if this is consistent with the master plan. I think it is. I think there were some really important points made about the appropriateness of this. You know, I agree with the comments, Mr. Heft, for example, who was sort of encouraging us to, you know, put the density to, you know, to the extent possible, sort of towards the Witherspoon corridor side, which, you know, all of those urban design ideas make sense. You know, Josh Zinder's comments as well. And I think to David's point, we can make sure to work closely with the housing authority to do this in a way that is the best, you know, best outcome for the community and for the tenants. I did just want to say too that, I mean, I think you know, in you know, Leighton's first set of comments, I think it was, you know, it's great that, you know, we have somebody who is you know, working this project with the housing authority, who also knows the community very well. You know, is respected there, and I think that we, you know, I have confidence that, you know, he and the team that's working on this are you know, very much concerned with doing right by the community, as well as David pointed out. So I think that I think it is consistent with the master plan. I think it's the right sort of urban design answer. I think it's the right balance of, I mean, we have to balance the way we do these projects with the way that you can finance the affordable housing, and it doesn't always give you an infinite number of solutions. But I think that these ordinances do their best to make this doable within kind of the constraints of the financing opportunities that are available. So I'd like to, you know, I'd like to voice my support for it and thank the folks in the public who weighed in tonight as well.
Great. Anyone else?
Yes, Wanda, I just want to point out to Mr. Cohen that there are questions in the Q&A, and I don't know whether we're going to address those or not. I think that this is an exciting, I'm all for something that offers a mix of income, and I think that my initial concerns about the density and the number of units on the site have been addressed, and I see it as an exciting opportunity. I'm respectful of the neighbors' concerns, and I think that the team that's assembled will be able to work through those in a way that not everyone's going to agree, but in a way that's respectful. And I'm supportive. I'll move approval if a motion is required. So just the thing about the Q&A, David.
Yeah, I mean, they're all people who also had chances to speak, you know, verbally. So I'm not sure.
Okay, I think we should just duly note the questions. I don't know whether we're in a position to address them or just acknowledge that additional questions were. It's more a procedural question for Jerry, I guess.
Jerry?
Yeah, I just want to unmute myself. I would suggest we read the comment from Katie Donnelly, who I don't believe spoke. I think the other comments were from a member of the public who did speak, but I think it's worthwhile reading Katie Donnelly's.
No, Miss Donnelly was never at the meeting. I was checking and I let the gentleman know that she should be the one to address the board if it comes from her. And I have not seen her name here at all, and I've checked.
Yeah. So Jerry, that comment from her was submitted by somebody else.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
Do we have an answer, David, to Harold Heff's question?
About the height?
Yeah.
Well, I think, you know, the reason why it's 45 feet in the AH6 and 55 feet in the AH06 is that the AH6 zoning, that basic zoning for the 80 units, is a much less dense use of the property, so it doesn't require 4 full stories.
And he also, okay, all right.
Did you want to, he had other questions. Did you want any of those?
No, he
other
said, he said no comment. Does anyone have any comments on my amendment suggestions? But I didn't see any amendment suggestions.
Well, he may have given them verbally.
Yes, he asked about, this is Louise, he asked about setbacks or ensuring buffers that are, I think he was referencing buffers or setbacks in other ordinances. And I think the other suggestion for amendment had to do with specifying that the higher height should be at Witherspoon, at the Witherspoon end of things. But to some other points that were made, especially with respect to the height, I personally don't think it would be wise to require that the higher height be at the Witherspoon end. It may make sense for the higher height to be in the middle and for there to be sort of step up, you know, from all sides. So I'm just saying that that's what my note reflects. My notes reflect what I think he was talking about with the amendments.
Okay. Well, I mean, for sure, the plan is for the gradient of density to go from the lowest on the east to the highest on the west. But I'm not sure that that's, you know, I mean, that seems that would be more appropriate when we get farther into the project than, you know, something that's going to be discussed at a consistency review.
Actually, one of Josh's other comments by email, he didn't mention it tonight, but was that it should not be 5 stories at Witherspoon. So I think Louise's point is actually very well taken, that the higher heights are probably somewhere in the middle of the block, not right on Witherspoon.
Okay. Sounds as though a number of these things will have to wait until more is worked out. Anyone else? No? Well, hearing none, does somebody want to make a motion to find this consistent with the master plan?
So moved.
Anyone?
Tim already moved that.
And do
Right.
you want to add that one bit of language that I read earlier on?
Yes, he does.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I second the motion?
Okay. And any further comments? Jerry, do you have any further comments on this?
No.
All right. There being no further comments, Carrie, do you want to call the roll on this one? We do have Carrie. Carrie?
There had been an issue with she and Michael being frozen out because they're both at Witherspoon, which we know has the greatest Wi-Fi in the world. So maybe
She just left to come back in, I think.
Gotcha.
Maybe rather than waiting, we could kind of just go down the line as the photos appear and people could vote yes or no. That would be starting with.
The problem is they appear on different orders on different people's screens, unfortunately.
You want me to read them?
Yes.
Okay, this is no particular order. David?
Yes.
Julie?
Yes.
Andrea?
No.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Owen?
Yes.
Okay, Wanda?
Yes.
Mia?
Yes.
Sinan?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Louise?
Yes.
How many people was that? Let me see, because it may be that Andrea could not vote because she's an alternate. Let me just count them.
No,
Actually,
I think because
it would be me who should not vote, I believe.
well, Alvin's recused,
Right.
so that allows one of the alternates to vote.
Okay. Andrea, I think you're the first alternate, aren't you?
Yes, she
You
is.
would vote and Owen, you would not.
That is right.
Okay. Oh, so the motion carries.
All right. And thank you, everybody who participated in this. It's an ongoing discussion for a long time. All right, board members, we have other things on the agenda, believe it or not. If you'd like to start on those.
Madam Chair, may I ask a quick question? This is Louise. Maybe this is a good time to discuss whether we're going to have a hard stop at any particular point in time, since the last went so very late, and I know we're not anyway. So I'm throwing that out. Whether we
and we really do try for 11 o'clock. So I'm assuming that would be the really hard stop. I think we'll do the next application and possibly start on the other one and take jurisdiction on it, and then we could carry it if that's the board's pleasure. So, okay.
Thank you.
Or did anybody else?
Hello, everybody. I'm back. We lost you for a minute there. Do you want me to do a formal roll call? What did I miss?
We did it without you, Carrie.
Okay, sorry. Who
Was-
seconded the motion?
Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Okay, are we?
Can I just ask, did everyone vote in favor?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So let's start on the sign for Christ Congregational Church. This is a minor site plan with a variance signage. It's on 50 Walnut Lane, block 23.02, lot 19, and the file is number P 2020-833 PM. So
Okay, we
maybe
have Tony Forbes, but she's not showing up, so we need her to turn her video.
we have what?
Tony Forbes is the attorney, but I cannot get her video on. So let me see.
Chair Gunning, I'm back. The computer let me back on, so.
And William Wolf is in the attendees list. He has his hand raised as the chair of SPRAB. Is it okay if I bring him in as a panelist?
I think so.
Mr. Wolf, when Mr. Wolf is, okay, he might need to make a
I
statement.
think he'll be giving a report.
Kerry has advised me the proof of publication and service are in order. Therefore, the board has jurisdiction.
All right. So, but the attorney is not here, Carrie?
She's here, but I can't get her picture up. Tony, are
Yeah.
you?
Hi, this is Tony Forbes.
Can you put your video up?
I'm trying, but it says I cannot start my video because the host has stopped it.
Oh. I turned.
I know. It's okay. It's fine.
It's complicated.
In the meantime, I don't know how far you got with the introduction.
I just started.
Chair?
Yes, I thought we would move to you and you could give an overview of it if you want.
Okay, I can do that now. Sorry,
If you could
our
raise your right
computers
hand.
here in Town Hall keep. freezing
Michael,
out.
if you could
Yes.
raise your right hand.
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give me the truth?
I do.
So sworn or affirmed. Please state your full name for the record.
Michael Laplace. And I'm going to talk a little fast before my computer freezes up again. So, the subject property is the site of Christ Congregational Church. It's located on the southwesterly corner of Walnut Lane and Houghton Road in the R3 residence zone of the former borough. This is directly across Houghton Road from the Princeton High School. It's also across Walnut Lane from the Westminster Choir College campus. There's a single freestanding one-sided sign located in the front yard facing Walnut Lane, which currently identifies the church. The church would like to replace this sign with a two-sided sign that would be facing both Houghton Road and Walnut Lane to improve the visibility. Right now, it's very hard to see the sign on this corner site. Our ordinance allows for a maximum sign area for churches in the R3 zone of 16 square feet. And you have to calculate the complete message face of the sign. So in reality, if you do a two-sided sign, you would really, and what the church would like to do is have it be 16 square feet in area, but with the two-sided message, it would really technically equal 32 square feet, and it requires a variance. We think that the one sign but two-sided makes sense on this corner site because it'll be visible from both streets. The church really has two frontages. So that's sort of the basis of the variance request. I don't know if the zoning officer, Derek Bridger, wants to add anything to that.
Is the zoning officer here? No?
If you swear, Derek, if you can raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
The fact that you raise your left hand doesn't matter, I take it. Okay.
I'm a lefty. No. That's pretty much it. It's pretty straightforward. I think Michael captured it all. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them.
I do have a question. I thought I heard Michael say that 16 square feet is allowed in this residential zone. I thought it was quite a bit less than that.
No, it's churches are allowed 16 square feet. Houses.
Okay.
Okay. All right. If there are no further staff comments, maybe we could turn to the applicant on this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the board for considering this application. The church, Christ Congregation, makes this variance application for several reasons. A sign with content on both sides serves the public good by preventing any would-be traffic congestion or accidents occurring on the road on Walnut Lane if a viewer in a car, traveling in a car, inadvertently misses part of the sign. If that occurs, then such a viewer would either have to make a U-turn somewhere on Walnut Lane or have to backtrack and to find out the missed information, or stop in the middle of the road to get the content information that appears on the sign. Both of these actions by a vehicle could potentially cause danger to pedestrians and or other drivers, because both require the interruption of the normal flow of traffic on the road. Christ Congregation offers the community a multitude of services in addition to religious expression and engagement. Other services include family and emotional and life counseling services, community outreach programs, wedding services, shared space for other denominations which may not have their own building. So Christ Congregation has been pretty significant and vital to the Princeton community for nearly 40 years, and would like to continue providing these services to the community, and also do so with a more modern sign, if you will. It is crucial that the community members in need of services or seeking information about the church be able to obtain accurate and vital information from the sign displaying such on the property. If we are strictly going by the ordinances and the borough code governing this, the front-facing sign limits the dissemination of any said information that the church may offer to the community. By granting the variance in this matter, the municipality would be carrying out its own purpose in promoting traffic safety on Walnut Lane, and this would also eliminate the need for any drivers to make a U-turn or to stop in the middle of the road, stop the flow of traffic for the purpose of getting information on the sign. The grant of the requested variance advances also the community engagement and helps the mission of the applicant, which is to serve its neighbors in needs, whether they be individuals, families, or other organizations. Therefore, the applicant respectfully asks that you grant this variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see. I believe, did someone say Bill Wolf was here and wanted to speak on this?
Yes, I am, Wanda.
Okay, why don't you come forward? Bill is chairman of SPRAB and he saw this application and turned in a report.
I'd like to be clear on one thing.
Bill, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
So sworn or affirm. Please state your full name for the record.
Since I've sworn to tell the truth, I want to clarify my presence here.
Okay.
I recused myself from this as chairman of SPRAB because I'm a neighbor. My property abuts the church. And in fact, I've been actively associated with the church for 40 years that I've lived with the church, although not a member. And I recused myself and asked my vice chair, Robert Cerruti, to go to the site and to decide whether SPRAB needed to hear it and to make any recommendations. So what I would like to do now is be sure that the planning board has seen that SPRAB report.
It was distributed to the board.
Okay. Now may I speak as a neighbor?
Go ahead.
Very sneaky, Bill.
Yes.
Well, basically as a neighbor, I am completely in support of the two-sided sign for the reasons that Tony gave. It's very appropriate on a corner lot to have a two-sided sign. my interest was really on other parts of the SPRAB recommendation, which I also am in support of. The first being the removal of the removal of the signs, two other signs on the property that have been there for over a year. The ordinance, as SPRAB cites, allows for temporary signs. And perhaps that needs to be defined better for the church, because it is defined in the ordinance as meaning for particular occurrences, if there's a guest speaker, if there's a special occasion, if there's a rummage sale, that temporary signs are for temporary differences. They does not include polemical signs such as God still speaks, that stay up all year, multicolored, and make all the three signs together tend to make a circus of that site that I don't think is appropriate. The other things are pretty simple. The ordinance requires that signs be compatible with the structures that they're associated with. And I see that Robert has recommended that the sign, which was shown as bright white with blue trim, be changed to the same matching beige yellow color that the structure is. The church itself is a very attractive structure, and one feature is that all the trim is this beige yellow color that is very, very compatible with the stonework on the church, which is its best feature. So the SPRAB recommendation is that the background color of the sign be that light beige yellow rather than white, and that instead of having blue trim, since there's no blue as anywhere else on the site, that it be a dark, I think he said, how about just the dark red that's on the existing sign, which would give also plenty of contrast. He's also recommended that the image of the church not be shown on the sign, because the sign is right in front of the facade of the church itself. So to have a cartoon of that did not seem to, on the sign, only made the sign more congested. They could have better lettering arrangement without it. If they kept the same size but eliminated that picture of the church, it would be appropriate. And finally, they just wanted to be sure that lighting was directed at the sign itself and in such a way that it didn't spill. The new orientation of the sign will require different lighting, and obviously you want to light both sides so that that should be carefully attended to. So I support all of the SPRAB recommendations, as well as support the main application itself. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Bill, I might have missed this. One of the recommendations that Mr. Cerruti mentions is a sign copy should be the deep red color of the existing sign. You agree with that too?
Yeah, I think that everything be a warm, earthy color is a good one. Personally, I think there are alternatives, but that dark, earthy red is a good one. It would give a lot of contrast too.
Thank you.
All right.
I have a question. I'm not sure if Bill's the right person to ask it to, but I'm a little bit, is it okay if I ask my question?
Yes, go right ahead.
I'm a little concerned that the sign is angled to align with the building, which has a diagonal relationship to the corner. And this rationale to have a two-sided sign to make things safer for traffic going both directions on Walnut, I think is somewhat is in conflict with this orientation of the sign, because one side of the sign is actually angled away from the road. And I don't know if one of the professionals wants to respond to that, or Bill, or somebody.
I'd be glad to, David. As a neighbor, the sign orientation as shown is perfectly acceptable. I think you are correct, however, to achieve the goal of being more clearly read from Walnut. It would probably work better if the sign were actually perpendicular to Walnut, so that people traveling south on Walnut could read it. As the way it's shown in plan now, you wouldn't be able to read the sign at all coming south on Walnut. So I would recommend the planning board pass it with a little flexibility of angling. So when they actually got to the site, if they wanted to hold the corner as shown on their plan, but try rotating it a little bit, or try the two positions, they might learn that they prefer it being perpendicular to Walnut. But I'd be content.
The orientation, as in the proposed plan, also allows the sign to be read from Houghton Road. So therefore, it's not just viewing the sign from Walnut Lane. It's someone coming from the other side, the perpendicular road. For instance, if the sign remains in the same orientation, just on Walnut, someone who missed the sign could easily make a left turn and then see the other side of the sign, rather than stopping in the middle of the road. So the point wasn't simply that seeing the sign from Walnut would solve all of the traffic problems. But I would defer to Peggy Fernan or Phil Green if they are available. They are from Lowmark, and they designed the sign and orientation. So
David, if you can move them over from the attendee list, I cannot.
This is Peggy Farron
and Philip Green.
All right.
Thank you.
While we're waiting for them, I would like to propose a different rationale for approving the sign, which is that the attorney was wrong. The church has actually been in the community for more than 60 years and has been an integral part of the community, and has served many generations. And I think whatever sign they want, it's the least we could do in exchange for the tremendous service they've provided us over many decades. So I would love to move passage of the sign as quickly as possible.
I'll second.
I hear a second.
Who was it?
It was
Who
Tim.
was
Are you open to an amendment that would incorporate SPRAB's recommendations?
I would be.
I'm open to whatever the church would like to see happen there.
This is Jeffrey. I just had a question on that. I mean, do we have the jurisdiction to sort of tell them what color we think the sign should be? Is that something that we can have in our
We're granting a variance, Jeffrey. I think that we have some latitude in weighing the pros and cons of the variance, and aesthetics should be part of that.
The coordination of
That's
color
exactly
with the
right.
existing
That's
structure
exactly right, and we have the power to do that.
is part of the ordinance.
Yes. I'm not sure color is part of the ordinance, but the design is.
Do we
Well,
have to decide the color tonight, or can we just leave it?
no, I think that your motion could be amended to perhaps recommend that the church take into consideration Sprab and Mr. Cerruti's observations on color and design, but that they should.
Well, I think we need to hear from the church whether they're accepting of the recommendations.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Ms. Forbes?
Well,
Yeah.
I would again request that Peggy Fernan or Bill Green
I
speak
did-
to the design aspect.
I did bring them both in as panelists. They're both able to speak now.
They're both muted.
Yes, they need to.
I think they can unmute themselves now.
Mm-mm. You may have to.
There we go.
There.
I'm unmuted.
Okay.
This is Peggy speaking.
Yeah, if you could-
I'm
Yeah.
not so much, hi,
Excuse me, if you could raise your right hand.
yeah,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
yes,
Those who want to affirm, please state your full name for the record.
Peggy Farron.
FEL.
I'm with Lumark Signs.
Mhm. I'm sorry, what signs?
Lumark Signs,
Thank you. How do you spell that?
LOUMARCSIGNS.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do you
The que-
accept recommendations of SPRAB for changes to the design of the sign?
I can't speak on behalf of the church, but we can do whatever the church would like us to do.
Tony?
What we can do is bring the recommendations to the church, and I will speak to them regarding it once I see those in writing. And at that point, I'm sure that it's not something that's make or break with the colors. The orientation might be a little bit more of a discussion, but I don't foresee the church actually objecting vehemently to some of the recommendations, but I would like an opportunity to at least present the recommendations and consult with Peggy and then also see the recommendations from Bill Wolf, because I have not seen those.
No, the recommendations came from the vice chair, and I did send that to you, Ms. Ford.
That I have, yes, those recommendations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same
I have,
ones.
yes, yes. Mhm.
Is there, Ms. Forbes, now that we've identified what document we're talking about, can you say whether the church has a problem with any of the proposed conditions, which would be 1, 3, 4, and 5?
No, they do not.
Okay, so we can make those as conditions.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I take it with respect to the orientation, the way you would like it set up is that the church will consider this orientation, the perpendicular orientation as well as this orientation, or whatever
Absolutely.
other orientation. And I would suggest that there be basically dialogue between representatives of the church and I guess it would be Jim Purcell. Jim, it would be you as a land use engineer to basically hopefully work out an agreement as to what's the most appropriate orientation. Does that sound fair enough?
That seems reasonable.
Okay.
All right. And Mia, are we drifting further from your motion, or is this all right?
I think we're almost over the, we're almost there.
Okay. Anybody have anything else to add? All right.
Thank you, Tony.
Sorry?
I
Bill?
just wanted to thank Tony for that response.
Oh, no problem.
Carrie, do you want to call the roll on this one?
And just make it clear. So it's the conditions we talked about, minus site plan approval and the variance.
Yes.
16 feet permitted, 32 feet proposed.
Yes. Is that right?
And the conditions were the recommendations of SPRAB.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Plus the discussion between the church and Jim Purcell, where I take it the church would have the final say. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I think so.
It looks like we've lost Carrie and Michael again.
What? Oh, okay. Well, fortunately, I have a list. So shall I just read it and you can say yes or no as everybody?
Sure.
Okay. Julie Cafasoli,
Yes.
David Cohen,
Yes.
Wanda Gunning, yes. Tim Quinn,
Yes.
Alvin McGowan,
Yes.
Mia Sachs,
Yes.
Zenontek Sarni,
Yes.
Jeffrey Oakman,
Yes.
Louise Wilson.
Yes.
Okay, and since there's that everybody seems to be here, we don't call the alternates unless you really want them. So just out of curiosity, let's add Andrea and Owen to this.
Yes.
Okay, so it's unanimous, and thank you all very much. And
What I'm going to say with respect to Andrea and Owen is they were not eligible to vote, but that if they were eligible, they would have voted in favor. Fair enough?
That's fine.
okay,
Thank you again, Madam Chair.
yes, and thank you everybody who participated, including Bill Wolf, who was a surprise guest. All right, so let's move along then, board members. It's what time? It's about 20 to 10, and we can start the next application.
Before we do, I just want to make a brief statement. This is going to be handled by Heather Comer, who's here and is our conflicts attorney. I originally was going to handle this. Something came up early in the week, which suggested that I might have a conflict. I reached out to Kerry, said, Kerry, I have this situation. I think you should reach out to Heather. She did. She basically sent the file to Heather. Shortly after that, the conflict resolved itself and I didn't have one, so I don't have one. But the decision was because the file had already been turned over to Heather. It made sense for Heather to continue with it, which she will do. But I just wanted to put on the record exactly how this happened, because it's kind of a very unusual situation where the conflicts attorney is handling a case where I don't have a conflict. But that's all I wanted to say on that.
Thank you,
Thank
Jerry.
you, Jared.
Okay, so I'm going to leave and good luck to everybody.
Hi, Jerry. Can I use your computer?
Okay,
I
take
gotta
care.
talk fast again.
Okay.
Okay.
And Bill, I think I'm going to kick you out too.
Excuse me?
Yeah?
May I stay this time as chairman of SPRAB?
Okay.
Yes. Can't he? You should be able to. All right. This application is Palmer Square Management LLC. It's for preliminary and final major site plan, and it's 54, 60, and 64 Witherspoon Street, block 2004, lots 54, 55. And is the noticing
Yes.
all right for this?
I received the notice and the affidavit of publication from Carrie. We are good to go. we are good to go with it. We are fine. I completely accept it, and we can move forward with that. Before I swear in Michael again, or he gets sworn in for the second time tonight, I just wanted to say that I actually do know Josh Zinder, the architect, on only a professional level. I've never worked with him on an application or anything as far as architectural. I was on a panel, which unfortunately has not happened because of COVID, from ULI, the Urban Land Institute.
That's what I know it from.
So I just wanted to disclose that beforehand. I do not believe that is conflict, but I figure I would disclose it to the board just to make it a record.
Thank you. I think that's fair enough. All right, so
Unmuted.
I also presume that everybody has read every inch of the really voluminous backup material for this application. And do we have Michael here? Or
Yes.
Yes. I better swear him in, and you better give a statement before they lose.
Yeah, hurry up.
All right, Michael, do you, right hand already, do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
And my name is Michael Laplace. And okay, so the subject property is currently the home of a surface parking lot, and it's located on the northwesterly corner of Holtfish Street and Witherspoon Street. It's adjacent to the Palmer Square West complex and other commercial properties. The property is known locally as Griggs Corner. It's across Witherspoon Street from the Princeton Public Library and Heinz Plaza. The site plan before you today consists of, well, the applicant is asking for major site plan approval to construct a 3-story, it's 4 levels with the basement, but a 3-story high mixed-use building. The new project will include commercial, retail space on the street level and basement areas, and 7 residential rental units on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The residences will consist of duplexes and 1 flat, and there's a requirement of 1 affordable housing unit, which the applicant will go into detail about in a few minutes. There will be no on-site parking. The parking for the tenants will be accommodated elsewhere in the Palmer Square complex. So you'll hear details about that from the applicant as well. The zoning is CB, which is Central Business Zone, and it is a permitted use. There are no variances that are a part of this application. The property is not located within a historic district, but just so you know, directly across the street, Holtfish Street to the south is the Central Historic District, which, as you know, takes up a large percentage of the Central Business District. It's currently, as I said before, a surface parking lot. And before that, it was the location of an automobile service station. And before the automobile service station, from what I hear from local residents, it was a popular restaurant destination on the site. The applicant is going to talk about the site plan, improvements to streetscaping, and how that parking arrangement is going to be made, as well as the accommodation for the affordable housing unit. There's also going to be courtyard and to the rear of the site and some green roof areas, so we're going to hear some detail about that as well. SPRAB and staff both had some recommendations for making the project a little more green in terms of energy efficient features, in terms of its construction, but also concern was expressed and is expressed about the treatment of the northerly exterior wall, a wall that'll be facing the current Mistral restaurant, because this new development will be built up to the northerly property line and will in effect create about a 5-foot wide alley on the adjoining property to the north. So we're anxious to hear some of the ideas the applicant has to make that exterior wall facing the northerly adjoining property a little more, make it a little more attractive to people looking back to the south at this new project. We feel that it's a smart growth, appropriate project for this site that's in this heart of our downtown area. It'll better define Heinz Plaza by having sort of define the more street wall across Witherspoon Street. Right now, the space kind of floods out because it's just a surface parking lot. So we think that's a nice urban design feature of the project. It also will relate, interestingly, to the Princeton Library across the street, which I'm sure the architect will talk about as he talks about the design of the project. And I think that's about it before my computer goes out. I think I covered most of the points.
Okay. Are there any questions for Michael? Do we have zoning or engineering reports on this?
You do. They were included in the packages sent to the members. I don't know if Derek wanted to highlight anything that I didn't touch upon.
No, nothing.
No, nothing to add.
I guess
He needs to be sworn in.
yes.
Okay.
Derek, raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Proceed.
Don't have anything to add. Thank you.
That was good.
How about
Suppose
engineering?
you should swear me in, Heather.
Okay. Jim, raise your right hand. Ari Rose. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do. And I'll just put on the record that this application was reviewed by my predecessor. I did participate as a member of the public when SPRAB did the review. I did become familiar with it. And if there are any questions specific to the engineering of it, I'm more than willing to try to answer them. But I know that Jack West had worked with the applicant, and any comments that he had were resolved before it was submitted to SPRAB.
Thank you. Let's see. Other reports that were included in the package were SPRAB. I believe there was Shade Tree. Is that right? And Environmental Commission. Have I got that one right? How about reporting briefly here so that the applicant can then answer questions from the reports? Shall we start with SPRAB? Any questions? Anybody here from SPRAB wants to present it? No.
It's my first, it's
Well,
a
let me just-
question, has everybody seen the SPRAB report?
Yes, but Bill, you need to be sworn in if you're going to give
Let
this.
me swear you. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
I think in most of the recommendations speak for themselves and don't need clarification. I want to call your attention to numbers 8 and 9, which I think do merit discussion. I think I would wait and hear what the applicant has to say on those. We urge the applicant to communicate with the neighbor to the north and to consider ways of alleviating the condition where, in fact, their building almost touches. It's, I think, within a foot of the overhang of the building across to the north, but it's about 5 feet away from their main doors and windows. Okay, so I would hold off for questions and after Josh's presentation.
All right, thank you. Shade Tree, anybody here? Okay, have I left out anybody who wants to give a report at this point?
This is Heather Balgowan. I did a traffic engineering review. I'm sorry, Heather.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Heather, do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
I just wanted to put on for the record because I don't think we mentioned, but I did a traffic engineering review of the application. There was anything major. I only believe I only had 6 comments. So I don't think anything warrants any major discussion, but if I'm here, if anyone has any questions related to traffic.
Right. Great. Thank you very much. That take care of all the reports?
I think just the Environmental Commission, if there's anybody from there on this, if not.
There must be somebody from that. No?
I guess I'll make a few comments.
Do you swear and affirm, raise your right hand. You swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do. I don't know if I need to be sworn in because I'm a member of the board.
I know, the commission. Better safe than sorry. Okay.
Hey, better safe than sorry. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So I don't want to repeat everything that's in the memo, but I do want to point out some key things about energy sustainability and green building. I think that some of the key things to take in consideration are insulation. One of the things that the memo really kind of emphasizes the need for high insulation, as well as the use of heat pumps to electrify the building, incorporating smart thermostats and using LED lights, as well as possibly incorporating solar in the project as well. The memo also recommends that 2 street trees be added and that an EV charging station be added as well. And I guess I won't get into the full details, but that's sort of a high summary.
Okay, thank you, Zenon. And the purpose of having these reports ahead of time is that they ask questions that we'd like to hear the applicant answer in the course of his or her presentation. So it always seems a little awkward, but it's proved a good way to get into the meat of the reports. And with that, let's move on to the applicant and get started on the project. So,
Mr. Letizia, going to start?
Yes. Hello, everyone. For the record, Tom Letizia with Troutman Pepper, representing Palmer Square Management, LLC. I am very happy to see everyone in this virtual setting. However, I must admit it's not the same as being with all of you in person. That's always a joy. I hope you and your family members have been healthy and safe these past several months. I believe you already discussed the notice and it's conforming with the law, and therefore you have jurisdiction to hear this application. We are very excited to be bringing this application before the planning board, particularly in these uncertain times of a pandemic. In our view, it represents an excellent example of smart infill mixed-use development that will add to the architectural character and the economic vibrancy of downtown Princeton. Just briefly, the specifics of the application. Palmer Square is seeking preliminary and final site plan to construct a 15,244 square foot mixed-use building on the site of the Griggs Corner parking lot, located at the northwest corner of Holefish and Witherspoon Streets. The site, known as lots 54 and 55 in block 20.04, consists of just under a quarter of an acre, 10,163 square feet, and is within the Central Business Zone District, as noted by Mr. Laplace. As you know, the property is presently a private metered parking lot containing 24 spaces. This proposal is to construct a 3-story building with 5,467 square feet of commercial space on the first floor, 5,308 square feet of commercial space in the basement, and 7 residential units on the second and third floor, comprised of 1 flat and 6 duplexes. There will also be an outside usable courtyard area of approximately 2,353 square feet and a loading zone and trash recycling enclosure. The nature of the commercial activities in the building will obviously depend on the market, but could include restaurant, retail, and service uses. While on-site parking is not provided, required parking will be accommodated in the existing Palmer Square-owned Whole Fish Garage, a short distance away, and in the Chambers Street Garage, both of which have more than ample capacity, as we will demonstrate during our testimony. Palmer Square has agreed to impose a deed restriction on the garage parcels, ensuring that the required spaces for the new building uses are permanently maintained in accordance with Section 17A-388 of the Land Use Code. In satisfaction of its affordable housing obligation under Section 17A-202.1 paren A, close paren, of the code, Palmer Square will agree as a condition of approval to set aside one unit within the project, most likely the one-bedroom flat, or make a payment in lieu in an amount to be determined by the mayor and council to create an equivalent unit. This is a change from our original proposal set forth in the application to extend controls in perpetuity of an existing affordable off-site unit within Palmer Square to meet the requirements of the ordinance, which, based on discussions with Ms. Coomer earlier today, we understand the board does not have the authority to approve, and Ms. Coomer can provide more details on that issue. The project being presented to the board this evening is fully conforming, as Mr. Laplace noted, with the zoning ordinance. That is, it's a permitted use and it complies with all bulk standards. In addition, it complies with all applicable site plan standards. In other words, this is a variance and design waiver-free application. We have reviewed the various reports received from the Environmental Commission, Department of Emergency and Safety Services, the Land Use Engineer and Zoning Officer, SPRAB, Shade Tree, and the landscape consultant, Dan Dobromirski, as well as your traffic consultant. And with only a few exceptions, which we will note, I can advise the board, the applicant agrees to comply with the recommendations. So unless there's preliminary questions of me, I'd like to commence our presentation.
Okay, preliminary questions, anyone? So why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I now call my first witness, Lori Raybon, Vice President of Palmer Square Management. And Lori, do we have you?
Yes, you do.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Can you state your name for the record?
Lori Raybon.
Great. And you, for who you work for, even though Tom already said that, just for the record for this?
Vice President, Palmer Square Management.
Great. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I really don't want to take up too much of your time. Thank you all so much for hearing our application this evening. It's our hope that we will be able to enhance this corner by building a beautiful mixed-use development, having some commercial element, as well as a moderate rate apartment structure. I think it's going to be very inviting. We've got the outdoor spaces and some other elements that will be explained in further detail. But thank you very much. We've all been through a lot these last few months, and anything that we can do to add to the health and vibrancy of the downtown, we certainly want to work on that with all of our community partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raybon. Ms. Raybon's available for questions.
Absolutely.
Any questions, anyone? No?
Thank you, Lori. I now call Joshua Zinder.
Hello.
Joshua, can you state your name for the record, what firm you're from?
Yeah, Joshua Zinder, AIA, and I'm the managing partner at Joshua Zinder Architecture and Design.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen here.
Okay, Mr. Zinder has appeared before this board numerous times and has been qualified as an expert in architecture. Madam Chair, I can go through his qualifications if you would like.
I think we accept his qualifications.
Thank you, appreciate that. Josh, I believe you have a PowerPoint to share with the board and the public. Ms. Coomer, perhaps we can just mark this as A1. Josh, how many slides does this contain?
It's either 81 or 82. I lost count at the last.
Okay, well, we'll clarify that later.
So we will mark this as A1 for the record.
And it'll be a one PDF file.
Okay.
That'll give you.
Yes, all right. Please proceed, Mr. Zinder.
Thank you for having us tonight. We hope all of you are staying safe and healthy in these times. Here you see the existing Griggs Corner lot, which is currently underutilized as a parking lot. The focus of the project was to maximize the utility of the property to fill in what is a bit of a missing tooth in our communal urban smile and provide new restaurant, retail, service space, and 7 new apartments for our town. In general, improving the civic environment of our downtown without any variances to planning or zoning. This site has a long and varied history. In the 50s, it was home to Griggs Imperial Restaurant, which sat right on the corner of Hullfish and Witherspoon. It was demolished in 1963, along with the adjacent structures. Many people may recall the property's use as a gas station, which was built in 1963-64 at the Griggs Corner and was the Griggs Corner Amico, which was demolished in 1987. It has been a parking lot since that time period. The neighborhood has changed quite a bit in the last 20 years. In 1997, you can see the old public library across the street, which is up here. By 2007, the new library and parking lot had been constructed. In 2010, the Spring Street Apartments can be seen in construction over here. Sorry, your faces are on my slide. Okay, over here. And in 2010, the Spring Street Apartments can be seen under construction, and residents at Palmer Square were underway as well. So this is Palmer Square under construction, and the residences to their completed state as it is now. The site is perfect for walking in the heart of Princeton, a short walk to the entire town and university, which makes apartments, retail, food service, and uses in this location quite desirable. Here is the site in the Central Business District. In looking at the site, the scale could have fit a larger, more massive development similar to others in town we're familiar with. Palmer Square, Spring Street. But we felt there were better formal precedents within the town to follow along Witherspoon Street and Palmer Square, assemblies of smaller structures. There's been some concern about the placement of our project to the adjacent property. The adjacent property is existing non-conforming. We did look at other options for the project, including locating our trash pickup along that edge instead of where we have it located, and other solutions as well. There are numerous precedents for alleys within the Central Business District, which we're all familiar with, including spots along Witherspoon that provide access to other entries. Here are some others that have actually decorative accents, as we see, and we have seen around town. This 5-foot wide alleyway, which will be wide enough for trash to be picked up and removed and put back in their trash room in the back of the property, currently happens, and this trash pickup currently happens when the businesses are closed. And at the same time, this alleyway will also be large enough for guests. Parking for the structure will be within the Palmer Square parking lot, allocating 35 spaces. The residential parking will be on the second floor, and the transient parking will be on the first floor or in the Chambers lot as it is currently. Palmer Square will be adding one new EV parking spot at the recommendation of PEC, in addition to the two they have on Hullfish lot. They have 8 existing covered parking spots in the lot, and we will have a bike room in the building which will accommodate at least 14 bikes. And there will be an outdoor rack that can accommodate 7 or 8 bikes for employees and visitors as well. As I mentioned, the project will have bike storage, EV charging. It will also have porous pavement in the courtyard to improve the stormwater condition. It will have a green roof and a white roof to reduce heat island effect. Based on Princeton Environmental Commission's request, we will be running conduit to the roof to make the building solar ready, as well as the inclusion of solar. The inclusion of solar will depend on the cost and available incentives at the time of construction, but we are looking into that. We will be designed to LEED standards, but at this time have no plans to be certified. There are cost prohibitive issues with regard to LEED certification. There are many energy efficient systems and strategies we will be looking into on this project, from heat pumps to additional insulation to passive house. Which systems we use are yet to be determined. Once we have an MEP engineer on board, we will begin to study this different options further. The building as we have designed it requires no variances. It is within the 1.5 FAR, will improve the impervious coverage, is under the maximum height, and is compliant with all setbacks. As I mentioned, the neighborhood precedents we looked at were of smaller scaled assembled structures. Formerly, we leveraged this to create differentiated massing, to have the appearance of multiple structures, and to reduce the overall scale of the development. From a use point of view, the lower level will have retail, restaurant, or service use. All are covered within the available parking, and above will be residential. Here you see how the residential units mass with the 6 duplexes and 1 flat. There will be 3 one-bedroom units, 3 two-bedroom units, and 1 three-bedroom unit. When looking at the site along Witherspoon, we felt that the corner of Witherspoon and Hullfish presented an opportunity to act like a gate for the central business district, with the library tower being on the other side of the street, completing the gate. Here is the existing site again from Witherspoon and from Hullfish. Here's an aerial from above looking down at the existing Griggs Corner lot to orient yourself. So here's the lot, and here's the site plan and existing conditions. Here you see the new site plan. The building occupies the east part of the site along Witherspoon Street. Trash is within a masonry enclosure and surrounded by a fence and a decorative gate, with a courtyard on the western part of the site. Back here. Based on PEC's recommendations, we have changed the courtyard to porous pavers to help with stormwater. This is an additional 2,300 square feet, or a 20% reduction in impervious coverage. Our civil engineer will discuss other site attributes. The sections of the street illustrate the building we are proposing fits within the scale of the adjacent structures and the central business district. The Hullfish streetscape is animated with storefronts, apartments, and the Nassau Inn across the street. It is predominantly 2-, 3-, and 4-story structures and ends in Heinz Plaza in front of the library, capped by the 5-story apartment building structure. The north elevation of Hullfish, you see the adjacencies at scale and elevation. Our structure providing a buffer to the taller Palmer residences behind. Witherspoon Street also has an active retail ground floor and has 2-, 3-, and 4-story structures of varied scales and styles. The west side of the street is dominated with the 5-story Palmer Square residences. the east side by our public library and Heinz Plaza. The west elevation of Witherspoon Street, you can see how Griggs Corner can help us step up in scale to the taller buildings beyond. Looking at the elevations, we also wanted to make sure that our rooftop mechanical equipment will be concealed from the street and from viewers. In addition to the louvered mechanical screen, which we'll have the sight line of the sites illustrate that the cornice will block the view before you can see the mechanical equipment. Here, over here. Elevationally, we studied numerous buildings in the Central Business District and found a common vertical grid, typically broken by 3 horizontal bands. We utilized this grid system to create the 3 facade structures of the Griggs Corner building, giving each one its own identity. Materially, on the facades, we are using Roman Maximus brick in 2 different colors. We thought this was a nice contrast to the large masonry on the library and the traditional brick used elsewhere around the square. The corner structure will utilize large format porcelain, rain screen panels in a limestone coloration. The west elevation of the building faces the courtyard. You can see the masonry trash enclosure here, which we have raised to 8 feet high based on SPRAB, and also added a trellis above for screening. The stair down from the communal terrace and outdoor bike racks here. The south elevation of the building, you can see the storefronts and the development of the corner structure, the facade breaking into 2 prominent pieces with other elements set back, and the decorative gate at the trash enclosure. The east facade along Witherspoon Street, you can see the 3 primary forms, each working off the same grid but having independent identity. Please note that we plan a spot on the corner for a historic marker. We hope to work with the Historical Society and Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood in creation of the design and content for this marker and inclusion in Princeton's new Heritage Trail. The existing site, again, at a different angle viewed from the west. Here you see the new building from above in context. Highlighting 2 roof terraces and the green roof and the white roof on top of the building. You see here, so there's a lower roof amenity and a higher roof terrace and a green roof between. And we will be extending the conduit up to the roof to allow for the project to be solar ready, if that's possible. The existing site, again, at a different angle, this time from the south. The aerial view from the south, looking at the corner of Witherspoon and Hullfish. The existing site again, this time from the northeast. The Griggs building here set into context across from the library. Looking at the site from the south, we have prepared a sun study with the summer solstice. This is at 10 a.m., this is at 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. And the winter solstice, again at 10 a.m., 12, and 3. The floor plans develop as follows. The basement level is primarily used for the retail space and retail or service use, with some mechanical and residential and the bike storage, residential and bike storage. The first floor is primarily used for retail service, with the possibility of having an opening to the basement level with a convenience stair. You can also see the elevator with the separate residential entry and lobby. Here you have the second floor with the flat and the first floor of the 6 duplexes. So the flat's here and the duplexes are around, and the communal terrace. The third floor contains the second floor of the duplexes and the green roof. The roof plan shows the upper roof terrace and access to it, and the white roof and mechanical equipment enclosure. As mentioned earlier, we'll be making the roof solar ready by providing conduits. Here's the view from across Witherspoon at the corner of Heinz Plaza as it is today. The same view to the north with the new building. Here's the view down Hullfish to Heinz Plaza, and the same view with the new building. Here's the view down Witherspoon Street, and the same view to the south with the new building. Our civil engineer, Matt Connors, I think is up next. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from Mr. Zinder before we move on? Anyone?
This is Louise. I have a quick question. Mr. Zinder, will the windows in the residences open?
We would like them to be operable, but we honestly haven't determined whether they will be operable or fixed. That's tied to the mechanical system and the energy efficiency we're going to be trying to get. If we're looking at passive house, certainly there would be restrictions on the openings of the window systems, even though that would be a more efficient and provide more fresh air. So it'll depend on which system we go with.
Yeah, it's the fresh air and circulation thing I was sort of getting at, especially in view of the, current thinking in that respect of, related to the coronavirus. So thank you.
Well, I should
We'll
clarify.
be taking that into account. So.
Thank you.
I should clarify that the passive house standard places a very strong emphasis on air quality. So, I mean, even though it might not allow for windows, I mean, I think that it's fine to allow for windows to be open, but I think that, I don't know, depending on our design. But I think that you're pulling air from the outside and you're circulating it through a system that it's actually still circulating, but and it's good air quality. So I think that it depends on how it's designed.
Passive house provides a much higher rate of fresh air than most systems. So it does put restrictions on what kind of window openings you can have because you can't control the system unless you can control the system.
Right. So I just wanted to clarify that. But I do have a question on a different subject about the alleyway. Could you clarify how much space there will be between the building and Mistral or the neighboring building?
It will be roughly 5 feet. I think it would probably be helpful with regard to that issue for us to go through all of our testimony, and you can hear from the civil engineer, you can hear from our planner, and then you can decide which one of us is most appropriate to ask.
Okay, that sounds good.
I have a quick question. Alvin McGowan?
Yes.
You said you're going to have a historic marker. I was going to ask about that because although it's not a historic site, there is some history that's there with respect to Mr. Griggs. Was that your thought to have? Is that what you were thinking about for the historic marker?
We were hoping to work with the Witherspoon Jackson group that's putting together the trail markers around the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood. I know that they have one planned related to the Griggs property, and so our goal was to work with that group and put up the marker that work with them to decide the size and what's most appropriate. I know that the ones that they're putting around the neighborhood right now are steel and are beautiful. They're etched, they have photographs, so it would be something similar to that we would be working with them to accomplish.
Okay.
If I can add to that for just a moment, I did receive today from Bob Hillier and Shirley Satterfield a proposed design of the marker. So we are in discussions. This particular marker for Griggs Corner is being dedicated to the grandfather of Wendy and Kim. So we
Okay.
definitely will be coordinating and, you know, are proud to be able to display that.
Thank you.
Josh, one question. Can you go into a little bit more, show the detail again about that north wall that's in question, that forming this new alleyway, just trying to show, at least for
Again, I would prefer that we go through all of our testimony and listen to the planner, listen to our civil engineer, and then I gladly come back to any questions or comments and show you anything. I think with the time, it's probably most efficient for us to move through the presentation would be my recommendation.
Okay. All right.
Quick question, Josh. Did I see the site plan and the floor plans correctly, that the one story unit that you have, the flat, basically its windows open onto the communal space? And if so, do you think there's any privacy issues there?
It does open to the communal space, and we were going to be allocating landscape and buffers, and on that terrace to provide some screening to those units.
What do you anticipate the use of that communal space would be? Like daytime usage primarily?
Laura, do you want to talk to that?
I'm not really sure yet. I think a lot of it's going to depend on, you know, what the residents want to use it for. Certainly, I don't know if anyone's familiar with Palmer Square West, but there is a communal courtyard up there. There's some sun chairs out sometimes. It doesn't get a tremendous amount of use. Certainly, the intent is not for any types of big parties or anything like that. I would think, you know, maybe eating outside or coming together, you know, as residents of the building. I'm not really sure. We wanted to be able to provide an outdoor space where someone could go up, read, sit outside, take in the fresh air.
Yoga.
Yoga would be good.
Okay, thanks.
Are you done with your testimony, Josh? Is that?
Well, I have one more thing to say after everyone else, but I'll, Matt Connors, our civil engineer, is next in line.
Okay, Madam Chair, can we proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. I now call Matthew Connors.
Matt, can you just state your name for the record and what firm you're from, and then raise your right hand and I'll swear you in.
Sure. My name is Matthew Connors. I am an associate at Engineering and Land Planning. I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of New Jersey as well as others, and I have given testimony before this board on several occasions.
So, Madam Chair, I can go through Mr. Connors.
I think we'll just accept his qualifications at this point.
Right, as a civil engineer expert. So, Mr. Connors, you're familiar with...
Connors, can you just, do you put your right hand up? Do you swear and affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
So, Mr. Connors, you're familiar with the proposed application, is that correct?
I am, yes, I am.
And you worked on the submitted site plan. That's part of the application, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you briefly go through some of the details of the site plan for the board, please?
Sure. So I'm going to go through the existing conditions, which is before you, the site plan. We have a turning movement.
Up. Okay, if you can.
Sure. We have a turning movement plan. We have utility plan, a drainage plan, and landscape and lighting plans. So the plan in front of you is existing conditions at the lot. It is completely impervious. Every portion of it is paved. There are utilities in Witherspoon Street as well as Hullfish. Part of this project involves a 5-foot taking along Hullfish to allow the full build-out master plan for the Hullfish Road. There are existing street trees lower left corner of the site, and there are some existing street trees across Witherspoon adjacent to the library. Next slide, Josh. So the proposed site plan includes the building along Witherspoon and portions of Hullfish. There is a trash enclosure completing Hullfish with access to it and a walkway. We have a patio area behind the trash enclosure, which does have landscaping. The patio brick outdoor space is to be planned in the future. There are access ways along Witherspoon Street as well as Hullfish. There is a new proposed sidewalk which will conform to the guidelines of the municipality when they're actually formed. And we are proposing to repave the full width of Hullfish as indicated in the report, rather than splitting pavement between Witherspoon and Hullfish. The paving in Witherspoon will start at the existing crosswalk, which was previously redone, and extend down to the, there's a crosswalk across from the, I think it's the soup kitchen and the parking garage. Along Hullfish, we have identified a no parking loading area to keep parking away from the access to this area. And then while it's not shown with the trees, there are planters, 2 planters along Hullfish as requested, and 3 planters along Witherspoon. I'll touch on these again when we get to the planting plan. So as requested, we looked at turning movements for the trash vehicle to get in and out, make sure it was safe movements. This plan indicates a box truck, which is approximately the same size and body type as a trash vehicle. It would also entail the service vehicles for the property if they were to bring them in and out. Utilities for the site are all underground. All new utilities will be underground and tie in underground. In the upper right-hand corner, you have the electric, water, gas, sewer connections, and in the left-hand side coming down and tying into a Hullfish Witherspoon intersection, that's the drain line that collects building runoff as well as the green open spaces in the rear of the building. The drainage plan is, as previously stated, the property is 100% impervious as it stands. So the proposed changes, which would affect the drainage, include green spaces to the rear of the patio, as well as the patio area would become a permeable pavement system. And all that material, all the water runoff from that area, as well as the building, would run off, be collected into drainage pipe shown on the previous slide, which goes to the Hullfish Witherspoon intersection for the storm drain system. The landscaping plan, as I talked about before, we have 3 planters on Witherspoon Street and 2 planters on Hullfish. Those are identified in the darker green circulars. And then we have 2 larger trees in the patio area. One of the larger trees has been shifted to the south to provide some coverage for the trash enclosure. And then the perimeter of the patio area is planted for screening, as well as a fence line that goes around. And then we have 3 larger tree, shrub tree sections that are along the northern property line. to provide screening from the adjacent property. Lighting is a system of wall-mounted and post-mounted. The wall mounts are shown along the perimeter of the building, and then there are 5 post mounts for the rear patio area to provide lighting for that outdoor planned space.
This is yours. This is the NFA.
Yes. There was a request by, I believe it was SPRAB, that we provide evidence that this site was cleaned of the former gas station tanks. And on your screen is a no further action letter issued by NJDEP to the then owner of the property. And this is dated from 1995. So this confirms that the tanks were removed and all remedial activities were performed in accordance with applicable regulations at the time. So we're just entering this into the record in order to show our compliance with the request of SPRAB.
We're going to enter this into the record as Exhibit A2.
Yes, please. Thank you.
It's in the A1.
And now that completes the testimony of Mr. Connors, Madam Chair. We can keep going, or he's available for questions.
First of all, are there questions for Mr. Connor? Anyone?
I thought I had remembered reading in the materials that we received that all of the lighting was going to be building mounted. Is the pole mounted lighting a new thing in this presentation, or did I misremember that?
Yes, the previous submission only included wall-mounted spaces to further activate that rear space and provide a better use. The 5 pole mounts were added. All of the lighting still complies with the Princeton ordinances. There's no spillage to the adjacent properties.
That's it.
I do have a question, and I believe this would be for Mr. Connors, but it might be for Josh. The deliveries for the commercial area, will that be through that driveway on Hullfish, or will there be another access for stores and whatnot to get there?
Well, it depends. It hasn't been determined how many tenants would be taking up the retail space. So there's an access way along between the trash enclosure and our building along Hullfish to go back to the courtyard. So there could be access for deliveries back there. But it hasn't been determined if it's one tenant or multiple. So it's hard to determine exactly how that's going to work. But we would expect that most of the deliveries would be going along along Hullfish. Although if it's after hours, I suppose it could be done from any of the streets as long as it's after hours.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, Mr. Letizia, I think that we're approaching 11 o'clock and we need to decide, is there something short that we can do between then and now?
Well,
I'm pretty sure we're going to have to carry this, since 11 o'clock really is our hard stopping point
I think
now.
I think we can wrap it up in about 20 minutes or less.
What, the whole application?
Our presentation, yes.
No, I really do not want to carry on past 11 o'clock. Can we just stop now and finish this at the next meeting?
Chairman, why don't we have at least their planner be able to provide some testimony?
Well, we have a parking consultant next, and then we have our planner. And I think we could probably get them both in the next 20 minutes.
Right.
And public comment?
Yeah, we need public comment. We need questions. from the board and others about what's being done. I just don't see that happening in the next 20 minutes. I mean, board members, what do you think?
I agree with you, Chair.
I'd like to see us abide by the 11 p.m. stop, especially considering the length of our recent meeting.
Yes, our last meeting. So, Carrie, what is the situation for carrying this?
This expires at the end of this month on the 31st. So it really depends on when we'll be scheduling them for the next meeting.
What are you doing tomorrow? Just kidding.
We have a special meeting in 2 weeks for that minor subdivision, and I have no confirmation for a second subject, so we might be able to continue it then, or we can look at September.
The date of that was what, the 6th of August?
August 6th, that's in 2 weeks.
Unfortunately, I am on a long scheduled vacation at that time. I thought this was going to be done by July 31st when we agreed to the extension.
Well, you know.
Just for the record, in general, the extensions now, because of COVID and the governor's regulations, there's lots of leniency with the extensions in general. But that being said, let's figure out a date where this can be carried into.
I had originally requested a time until the end of October because I knew of all of our struggles with COVID and fitting everybody in a timely manner. So I did want to begin by the deadline date of the 31st. So we have one meeting in September. That's on September 17th. It is filling up quite quickly. And then we have 2 in October. So we have a little bit of flexibility in October.
I'm just wondering, is it possible that for the person who was going to be away, maybe is that person needed for the whole hearing? Or because if not, maybe that person could just speak now and then we could hear the rest of it on the 6th.
Hi, it's Lori Raybon that's not available, and I represent owners, so I do need to be in attendance.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she's vital for this, unfortunately.
What time would it be on the 6th?
7:30.
Yeah, our meeting begins at 7:30, but we do have another matter that takes precedence.
Hey, Carrie, that other matter, is that a beginning of a new application or a continuation? Because I understand that you just said that it takes precedence, but being that we're in the middle of this application, is there a way for them to at least be first? Just to avoid this continuing?
Michael, would you like to take it from here?
Well, the item that we have scheduled for August 6th was a real special accommodation on the part of the municipality because it involves a subdivision where we're working very hard with the property owner to save a historic building. The historic building is not protected by landmark designation, so the applicant basically had to revise the subdivision application, and even before it was more conforming to our ordinance, now they'll be coming in with variances that we actually recommended in order to be able to preserve the historic building. So in a way, it's rather urgent because the municipality really wants to see a positive conclusion to this subdivision application, which saves this 18th century farmhouse.
Would it be possible for the board to begin a half hour early?
I don't see why not.
I'd be okay with that.
I have no objection.
Fine with that, yeah.
I'm fine
I'm fine.
Sure.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Sure.
Do you think that we can finish all of this before 7:30 if we start at 7?
Oh,
Because
starting this at 7 and not the other project first? Is that what you mean?
well, if we start the other project,
We don't expect it to be a long discussion, really.
It's pretty straightforward, and it's a negotiation. We need to be sensitive. We're trying to get the result that we want, and we're really trying to accommodate the applicant. The applicant's accommodating the community. So I'd like to dispense with it, and give it some priority on the 6th.
Which one, Michael? The
One
other
for-
one?
Yeah, the other one, the subdivision with the historic building we're trying to save.
Can we do a meeting the following week? Or you only have the one meeting in August?
That was a special meeting for this one concession, so it's totally up to the board if they want to have another special meeting in August.
Well, it just seems, Lori, a little bit unfair to make the entire board come in for one meeting. Is there not some way?
No. I'm just
Bigger
trying to,
issue.
if somebody can give me a time range, then I will certainly do
Honestly,
whatever I need to do to, what, Josh?
there's a bigger issue than Lori. The problem is our planner is not available on the 6th because he has another hearing on that date. Okay, so if we were requesting another date, I'm sorry, Lori, it wouldn't be for your vacation. It would be to ensure that Keenan could give testimony, and that's really,
Maybe what we could do is we could hear the planner this evening and wrap it up with the planner's testimony, and then put you on to continue as the second item on the 6th. We could start earlier on the 6th as well.
well, it's already
Wait,
14
How did they
minutes.
answer any questions?
I just received a message from our planner that he can make it on the 6th. He can have someone else cover the other hearing. So we can do it on
Okay,
the
so I will do whatever I need to do. I will be on the 6th. I don't need anybody to accommodate me.
6th.
And it doesn't matter if
We-
second application on the 6th?
No, that's fine. Is
Okay,
it expected to be a long one?
No.
Okay,
no.
It's pretty straightforward. Yeah.
okay.
If we could start at 7, we would appreciate it. Just gives us a little extra time. to make
Okay.
sure we finish.
Certainly.
Okay, so, and you'll give us an extension.
Yes, we will. Yes, whatever I need to sign, just send it.
Thank you.
Wow.
Okay.
Chairman,
Okay,
we have a motion to carry.
yes.
So moved.
I would like a motion to carry the meeting. Somebody make that?
I'll make it.
And if you could just announce it so we do not need to renotice the specific date and time.
So we have a motion to carry to August 6th with the notices being preserved.
Thank you.
Yes,
At 7 o'clock, though.
it's
At-
at
Yeah.
7 o'clock. All right, guess that's everything then.
All right. Well, thank you very much for everything, and we'll see you on the 6th.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Counselor.
you.
Good night.
thank you. Stay safe and well.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
everyone.
Move to
Okay.
adjourn.
What happened to David?
Second. Bye.
I'm comatose.
Thank you.
Good night,
Everybody wanted
everybody.
to move. To
Bye.
adjourn.
Bye.
Bye.
Sorry,
Good night.
sorry, David.
See ya.
I jumped the gun on you there.
No, thank you.
Okay, everyone?
All right, great. See ya.
All right, it was great. First time.
Thank you, Heather.
Prince Ed. All
Thank-
right.
Thank you,
Good
Heather.
night, everybody. Thank you.
Right.
Yes, thank you very much.
One
Okay,
Just so you know, we had received a word from Michelle Ambrose that she wanted to ask questions, and I'm writing her back saying, I'm so sorry, and I'm giving her the next meeting date. So I just wanted you to know she.
we never got to the public part of the meeting.
Right,
Yeah.
but she's on council, so it's kind of,
Well, I know, but, you know,
Still.
we really needed to get to the question part.
Okay,
first.
great. Good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.